question. Everyone, session. Yeah, we will wait for till then and go through our social platforms and the community. Share the link in the chat box.
Hello, Shubh, you are not audible if you are speaking something.
Am I audible now?
You have to get closer to the mic.
Am I audible now clearly?
Your voice is very feeble. How about others? Can you all hear Shubh?
Am I audible now clearly, sir? Or is it still
The
very
voice
far?
is clear but it's very low.
Okay, sir. Hello, Prakash, sir. Am I audible now clearly?
Yes, please go ahead.
No, just I wanted to confirm if Hello everyone, I'm Shuk Parmar, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. The topic for today is AI 3024 Design a Dream Destination with AI. About the ETC community. This webinar is hosted by the ETC community, a hub for enthusiasts passionate about cloud technologies, AI, machine learning, IoT, open source development, and DevOps. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through skilling programs, advisory services, and end to end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks, mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equipping you with tools and knowledge. These are the learning solutions which are offered by Synergetics, which are persona based onboarding add on, certification add on, reskilling, emerging technology training, certification hackathon, cloud adoption, latest technology training, sales, pre sales training, practice playbook, and architecting. This is the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with fundamental certification, then progresses to advanced role based certifications, and finally to expert level certifications. We run communities on Meetup. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who are eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, and Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log into Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. We are thrilled to have Mr. Om Prakash Pandey as our today's speaker. He's a certified Microsoft trainer and consultant at Synergetics and a vice president delivery. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for this webinar is Introduction to AI and Creativity and Travel, how generative AI powers design and experiences, creating dream destinations, itineraries, and visuals, real world applications in tourism and hospitality, interactive Q&A and key takeaways. This is the 7 hours of learning plan, which includes 1 day webinar, self learning plan, mentoring and exam prep session, and knowledge assessment. We are providing a complimentary learning achievement badge for AI 3024, which includes an overview of the module topics which are related to this webinar. You can share the badge on your LinkedIn and X profile. To get the badge activated, you just need to follow certain steps and redeem the badges. You can see the steps on the screen. Also, the link will be shared in the chat box. You have to follow the code of conduct, which will create a respectful environment for all the participants. Participants, please note that you are not allowed to take screenshot of the presentation or cannot do screen recording. Recordings will be provided to you by Monday, uploaded on a YouTube channel, so you can access it there. I would like to take a moment to share some information about the certification workshops we conduct at Synergetics. This webinars you have been attending are designed to give you a brief overview and summary of the full course content. However, the actual certification training programs for the courses run over 4 days, and we are currently offering them at a special discounted rate exclusively for webinar attendees. On the screen, you can see the list of in-demand certification courses we are currently focusing on. For more details, I'll share contact of my colleague, Mr. Vivek Balasundaram. Uh, for more details regarding these sessions, you can connect with them. You can connect with him for all the details. Do follow us on our social media platform to get relevant updates on upcoming webinars, workshops, certification training we do. The link will be shared in the chat box. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. Now we'll hand over the mic to our speaker.
Hello and welcome everyone. I hope you all are audible to me. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Shub. Guys, I hope you all can hear me clearly and also you all are able to see my screen.
Yes.
Thanks, Shub, for the confirmation. Guys, let's proceed ahead. Welcome to the session on generative AI and creating design destination using the same. This is AZ-3024 course, which is primarily focusing on applications of generative AI and how one can leverage on the key resources. Before we go ahead with the session, let me get quick introduction of you all. Can I see a raise of hand? People who have already worked with Microsoft 365 Copilot. Can I see raise of hands? People who have already worked with Microsoft 365 Copilot. No one? Okay, not an issue. Can I see raise of hands who have been using ChatGPT or any other chat based services? I can see one hand going up. Samuel, Surya, Sabir. Thank you guys. Put your hand down. Thanks, Surya. Thank you, Anand. Put your hand down. So I can see multiple hands going up. People who have already worked with ChatGPT or any other conversational AI based solutions. Because now these things have become very, very simple. It has become easier for people to work with. Can I see raise of hands who are new to Microsoft 365 Copilot or generative AI solutions by Microsoft? Can I see raise of hands? People who are new to Microsoft 365 Copilot or generative AI solutions using Microsoft technologies? Okay, thank you guys. Please put your hand down. So for folks like y'all, this will be a very, very important course which will help you all understand the relevance and significance of generative AI solutions within Microsoft environment. As part of this course, I am planning to cover multiple things over here. The key focus area would be understanding the usage of Microsoft Copilot as a resource, especially from image creation, especially from creation of appropriate resources over here. I'll try my best to make this session interactive. So please be available. Please respond on the chat. If you'll have any questions, doubts, queries, I'm parallelly looking at the chat as well. So you can put your questions there. Along with this, my colleague Shubh has already put lot of critical resources on the chat. So be active on that as well. As far as this course is concerned, AI-3024, this is more in terms of imaging and how do we create resources using generative AI. The core objective over here is to utilize these prompts, utilize the right kind of instructions to create our UI based resources, graphical resources. But before we go there, we need to understand some quick details in terms of what is artificial intelligence all about. Quickly look at machine learning algorithms, ethical AI development that will help us understand the core purpose, the relevance of these resources, and how do you work with it. As far as the prerequisite is concerned, basic programming knowledge, mathematics, decent knowledge of English language, how one can mention details over here, those are the things which are required. Before I go deeper into this, let me share a link with you all regarding this course. This is a Microsoft Learn curriculum for understanding some of the basics, and along with this we have respective learning path over here, starting from introduction, and you'll see there are series of exercises which are there. So actually there is no conceptual details as part of this member. So what I would need you all to do is, I would need you all to create all these, perform all these exercises after a quick overview of the topics that we have, right? And you'll see there is only one module here full of exercises. So before we jump onto these exercises, before we start trying out these steps ourselves, I would need to make sure everybody understands the generative AI, everybody understands the features of generative AI, and then we latch on to implementational details. So give me some time on this, and while I am discussing on these topics, anybody has any questions, doubts, queries, you all can ask us those questions, ask me those questions. I will make sure I provide some appropriate answers for the same. As part of this module, what we are going to discuss about is what is artificial intelligence all about, respective search algorithms, knowledge representation, and problem solving methods. One would say, Om Prakash, what sense does this make? Why should I know about these things? So, folks, when we are using the prompts, whenever we are using normal English like instructions using natural language, what is there behind the scene which understands that natural language and generates appropriate text, image, or any such information which is relevant to us without having to be very technical, very specific. Still I am able to relate to it, still I am able to get the required information. So what is that something which is making it work for me? What is something behind the scene which is helping us do that? So something which is now, let's put an analogy of a human being over here. So you have somebody who has recently joined your organization, and you are expecting that person to perform or draw or create something as a marketing content, as a information or details that one is looking at. So what are you going to do? So you tell that person, this is the kind of messaging which I want to drive, this is the kind of information which I want to share with my end users. Okay, so can you help me with a visual representation of the same? Now that person will start drawing out something on the on his or her machine, create something on paper, take a print of it, or show it using the paintbrush or any other UI tool that the person might be using. It could be Adobe Flash or lot of new UI related softwares that you have today, like Canva, right? So based on the instructions, based on the outcome being mentioned, that person will create a image or create a artifact out of it. Very similar thing we have here as well. So once it comes to this artificial intelligence is more like your human brain, how human beings learn through experience. They store data in experiential format, they correlate data, they correlate common things together and store it. As and when required, they can reproduce that information. Will they give you exact answer word by word? That's a rare case. There may be some people who are capable of doing that, but there are many of them who can understand those details, interpret it, translate and convert into their own format, their own type, and then give the final response for it. Now one would say, Om Prakash, these search algorithms, we have already used search algorithms in SQL and lot of other databases. Is it same? No, it's not same. Like I said, when you search for an information, it uses something called as RAG, retrieval augmented generation. So based on the data which is available behind the scene, it will extract from that, it will create something new and give it to you. So it may not be the same thing that you might have stored earlier, right? It will be similar to that, correct? That's what is the core purpose of search algorithms here, and that's how it is different from a normal RDBMS based environment. Now as far as this search algorithm, it doesn't work that way. Why it doesn't work that way? Because the way it gets stored is through clustering mechanism, via supervised unsupervised learning mechanisms. That's how this data gets saved. So when it comes to artificial intelligence, to create such kind of things, create such kind of resources, there is different mathematical and statistical algorithms being used behind the scene. So if anybody wants to find out how these things work, there is something called as neural networks, right? That's how these resources are getting created. Now what they help us do is, these applications of artificial intelligence helps us solve multiple problems. So when we train this model, when we train this artificial human brain, it generates, create resources for us, and it can provide us approximate data. It provides approximate details from perspective of how it could be helpful for individuals, organizations, and people from various domains. So let's go into slightly deeper in this aspect to understand it better. Artificial intelligence primarily is used as an umbrella term where it can replicate or exceed human intelligence. Now one would say, Om Prakash, how it can exceed human intelligence? Human beings are intelligent, great, I don't have anything against that, but they are people who will get tired, who will get bored by doing same things over and over again, right? They will require some sleep time, they will require more time in terms of learning, interpreting. Whereas when you talk about these machines, these machines are running 24 by 7 365, correct? You must have heard about organizations saying I have a work time so you can't talk to me beyond that time. Whereas once you have trained these machines, once you have automated these machines, they can work 24 by 7 365. You can ask them the same question 20 million times, 30 million times, they will not get bored on that. Once they have been trained, they will keep generating that information over and over again. That's the core purpose of artificial intelligence. Now, one would say, Om Prakash, this sounds like robotics or things that we have seen in sci-fi movies, right? Is it that capable? Yes, it depends upon how much you want to train this model, how you want to utilize this model in an effective manner. Those things are part of artificial intelligence. Are they capable of overriding human beings? It again depends upon what is the cutoff or what is the end goal kind of thing that you would want to achieve over here through these models, through these resources. But these are not replacing human beings. That is what I can tell you for sure. What it is trying to do is, whatever are the redundant tasks, non-innovative kind of tasks, basic things that one would want to do, all these things are taken care by these trained models via artificial intelligence. So that as a human being, you have more time for your family, you have more time for your friends, you have more time to create new value generated activities. Focus on that rather than doing the redundant or day in day out tasks over and over again, right? So that's the core purpose of artificial intelligence. Now, how do I achieve this artificial intelligence? To achieve this artificial intelligence, like I said, there is a model. We will have to train that model, right? So this machine learning is a subset of AI which collates all the data. So if Om Prakash is doing trainings over and over again, especially on AI-3024, then what should I do? Okay, record his voice, record his session, and that session can be uploaded onto YouTube, or it could be uploaded on within an organizational channel. Anybody who's new or who would want to go through that recording once again, they can do that, right? But that recording will not answer me questions, right? So what if I have some questions? Then what to do? Okay, then we'll need to have another component which records, summarizes, not just records but also summarizes the session, right? Based on that text, it generates some of the answers in the background, and depending upon the question being asked, it will check that data, revert back with the answer, correct? So somebody wants to say, okay, how was this session? How was the voice pitching? How was uh, what was the effectiveness of examples being used? How much time was being invested in case studies versus concepts, right? Different type of analysis that one would want to do. All these things can be done using appropriate machine learning algorithms. It can be done by using appropriate programming languages or low code, no code kind of solutions. So now you are going deeper into this area. The moment you go deeper in this area, that's where you have deep learning. And as part of deep learning, here it's a technique which uses neural networks for data processing. So how do you work with the given information, what are details available over here, right? The next step over here is looking at deep learning. And like I mentioned some of the scenarios, these are the kind of questions that would be that people would be asking, and say my boss, CEO of the organization, she wants to see the quality of this session being done. Was uh, Shubh capable enough to transfer all the uh, details, right? So his manager would want to see if all the certifications have been pitched correctly, right? So there would be different people they would try to extract information which is from a quality point of view, from messaging point of view, from uh, synergetic services have been explained correctly or not, right? That's where deep learning comes into existence. Now once this learning has been done, it is ready, it is prepared to answer any kind of questions which could be in a written form, visual form, auditory content, right? It can help you get extract all that data. Now the question is, what type of, how do I ask those questions? Do I have to use HTTP as a protocol, or MCP as a protocol, SMTP, FTP? What kind of protocol am I supposed to use? Don't worry, you don't need to be too technical on that. You can give a simple natural language based prompts or basic instructions. If you want to add some be more specific, add some data, you all can do that, not a problem. It can generate those answers for us, and that's the core purpose of generative AI. Have we done this kind of thing earlier, or is it the first time that we are trying out something like this? No, no, we have done something like this earlier, and there has been consistent effort which has been put in this area. So if you look at the way how these models have evolved over a period of time. So initially we had a tagging based service. So along with the base information, you need to use additional set of tags for classification, for labeling, right? Working with resources over here, right? So there is a classification based model. The next step that was being taken is object detection. So we used to provide 20, 30, 50 such images, and based on that images, next time when you put up another object, it will say, okay, identify this is an eagle, this is a apple, this is a orange, banana. So depending upon how many images we are using to train that model, it will be it will be capable of identifying the next object being provided. When it comes to video based resources, that's where one can use spatial analysis services. So we can do a object tracking while it is in motion, right? So in every section you will see there is a data in a backend, there is a model which is getting created, and the next option is taking inputs from the user and performing appropriate tasks for it. Along with this, we have entity recognition by using any kind of communication or documentation is being created. We have spatial presenter where we can have topic classification. So using these members, using these resources, we can also do sentiment analysis. What a person is trying to say, good, bad, ugly, what is the kind of words being used, conversations being used. Based on that, whether this information is good, bad, or ugly, whether this is uh, capturing the right information, capturing the right feedback without explicitly mentioning the details for it, right? So these are certain things that we have been doing in past. Some of them still continue, they have been enhanced further. There are a number of cognitive services given by Microsoft which are hosted onto Azure platform. You all can leverage on that. So if you look at the way how these things work, like I mentioned, like you have a new person joining your organization, same analogy we can use over here. So to that new person who has joined, we share a lot of information, documents, pictures, PDF files, all the earlier created information, earlier created details, right? Now that data that we are providing to that person, that could be in terms of text format, images, speech, you do a session for that person, structured data, 3D signals, all this will be used as a training content for that person. Same way, in this context, it is a foundational model which has a transformer architecture, and what it does is it saves this information in the backend. Now, once this information is being saved, it can adapt itself, check for the question, and provide right kind of answers using Q&A options. We can go for sentiment analysis, information extraction, right? Find out something or summarize the details. If there are any objects within that member, how many such objects are there, or if there is reading contents from within the image, how we can do that, right? So these are set of tasks that can be performed using your generative models. It can create some things which is actually may not be existing. So can you please read the text, generate the image for me? That's what will be generative AI. Go through all the images and add captions to those images. That could be done through your generative AI models. If there are certain instructions to be done, steps to be performed, downloading a file, uploading a file, deleting a file, scanning these information, right? So all these things will be part of the generative models. Or you can also generate videos, images, music. Text is something which is very common today, and that's why I said how many of you have used ChatGPT as a resource, where many of them raised hands. Now, along with generating image, music, videos, we can also generate code over here. We can also quickly go and build an application over here if you have a resource like GitHub Copilot, or if you are using a resource like Grok. Even in ChatGPT, you can have different set of code which is being generated. So if you recall, at various places I have been mentioning about models, correct? So as far as these models are concerned, how do I put an analogy here? So these models are people, are like people, where will be some of them are efficient, some of them are taking slightly longer to perform set of tasks and activities, correct? Depending upon how they have been trained, what kind of information that has been given to them, right? Same way, as far as these models are concerned, there are different models available with different efficiency, different tuning options, right? Similar things we can do here as well. As far as these models are concerned, we can choose newer models, fresher models. Now, one more important aspect regarding these models, each of these models have data trained from, data being used from the historical information available. So if there is anything latest that you want to search for, it may not be available in the older model. So that's why people try using the fresher or newer models, so that they will have latest information. They are trained using the latest details. So one of the areas that people are looking at is creating newer and fresher models by training them on the pre-existing content or latest information which is available. Now once it comes to these models, specifically fine tuning these models, you will need to have relevant data, latest information or updated data available, and along with that there will be predict computing cost which will be involved, the time taken to generate those models, right? So what we can do is we can either go ahead for training these models using our organizational information, latest details that we have, or second thing we can do is choose the latest available model. When you are using your licenses, when you are using your respective frameworks, within that you can select which is the latest model, latest version of the model that you would want to use over here. Now while we are looking at these models, there could be two type of models available. One is LLM based models, large language model, or there could be SLM based models. As the name suggests, LLMs can take millions or even billions of parameters at a given point in time, and it can train itself on these many number of parameters. Whereas if you look at SLMs, as the name suggests, they will support small number of parameters, right? So one would say, Om Prakash, how do I decide if I have to go for a LLM or an SLM? If your problem statement is small, it is limited to a small organization or a small department, right? The problem statement itself is smaller in size, less difficult or less number of parameters. SLM should be able to suffice. It takes lesser memory, it has better performance, right? And even fine tuning these models is much faster. But you can't have too many different type of questions with the same model. You have to be careful with that. As far as LLMs are concerned, they need more time in terms of training, getting them, making them more efficient, correct? And when it comes to your LLMs, these LLMs are helping us in terms of varied information, varied details, lot of intent, lot of different context and contents it can help you work with, right? So that's why you see versatile use cases. If you see a large language model, the way it is being created, so here you can see the corpus. Corpus primarily means the large amount of data, which could be online sources, your PDF files, Word documents, emails, all of that corpus or the content is being given using the natural language processing. We can specify our text. We can also upload some of the documents over here if we want. Now once it is being done, your LLMs will perform deep learning on that information, deep learning on the details being created, and it can be published using conversational AI, that is a chatbot based solution. It will do a reinforcement learning using a human feedback. There could be a human alignment using system prompts. So using system prompts, one can mention, this is who I am, this is my day in day out job, can you help me performing these tasks or activities? And that's where I said redundant tasks that we have, those tasks can be changed over here. In terms of other option that you have, it could be text summarization, sentiment analysis, language translation. Even these things can be done using the LLM based models, and behind the scene it is using references through deep learning. If you look at some of the best practices which an organization should leverage upon or an organization should use, is build unique resources, right? And how we can do that? Because earlier we were taking lot of time in creating these basic resources, customer communications, right? Day in day out, right? We were doing same things again and again. Now these redundant tasks, like I said, can be given to copilots, can be given to generative AI solutions, and they can cut down on the analysis time, they can cut down on you to find all the relevant information across number of websites, number of areas. All these things are available at one place. So we can differentiate our experience, we can innovate the way that we would want, we can have full AI life cycle where we can create more models, train more models on the latest information, and we can have security reliability mechanisms for safeguarding. So this is a quick understanding of what is generative AI all about, what are the key resources over here. Now one would say, Om Prakash, you have already mentioned about LLMs, SLM, you have mentioned about various models over here. Can you give me some examples of how one can use these models? So guys, you all can use these models through multiple ways. So one way over here is we can one way over here is we can go to Azure AI Foundry, initiate or create a resource in whichever way one would want, right? Fine tune those models or choose between the pre-existing models, create an instance of that, and then use it programmatically. That's one approach. Second approach is one can go to GitHub Copilot or Power Platform Copilot. Go to a productivity tool where the Copilot option is already built. We can leverage on that. We can use open AI resources within Microsoft. We can use premium APIs within Microsoft depending upon which kind of licensing model that one would want to go ahead with. So these are the key details, key information regarding what is artificial intelligence to what is generative AI, right? What are some of the key components or resources that we have, which one has to consider while building your generative AI resources, creating appropriate models that we have. So I hope this makes sense to you all. Anybody has any questions, please put it on the chat. Let's go ahead. So if you see the link which I have shared with you all, there are around 6 to 7 exercises that I have that is there as part of this course. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make sure after every theoretical module we are able to perform each of these exercises one by one. Okay. As far as these steps are concerned, these steps are mentioned within these exercises. Let's do one exercise at a time and then go back to the relevant content, work with the information there. Okay. So this will help us to make sure we are successfully interlacing and doing these aspects in an interactive manner. So I hope that makes sense for you all. I have already shared this link on the chat. Let me go for the first exercise over here. Define your idea and context. Okay, let's go to the first member here. Define your idea and set the context. I want all of you all to do it with me. My request and suggestion will be, first try out whatever is being mentioned in the exercise. Okay, once you have done that, then you can try something of your own as well. I am not stopping you all from that, but first make sure you all have done the basic exercise. Guys, I am on level number 16. I want everybody to go beyond that, and this is Microsoft Learn badging. Okay, more and more courses you all go through, more and more courses you all attend, you all will get more badges, trophies on that, and you all can successfully go and publish it on your LinkedIn profile, right, to flaunt or show off saying, boss, I am a great learner. And that's a great deal today, right? Microsoft has a lot of resources on artificial intelligence, generative AI. Make sure we leverage on that. One area of caution, please make sure you are logging before starting your course or giving your assessments over here, because your badges should be attached to a particular email address. So You may do one or two courses with first email, another remaining courses with second email. Don't do it that way. Just keep one standard email and keep adding your learning badges to the same profile. I have shared this link on the chat. Let's go ahead and get started with it. Use a role based prompt. So here what we are trying to do is we are trying to use simple chat GPT based resource to generate relevant content, generate relevant information over here, and a sample prompt is being given. Let me go to Copilot. Copilot.microsoft.com. I've logged in successfully. Right. So if you all see my screen, there are two sections over here or two tabs over here. One is work and second is web. Now the reason why I'm seeing these two options, because I have Microsoft 365 Copilot mapped with me. In your case, you all will not see this bifurcation. The reason being, you all are already working on the web resource. Okay. On once you'll have successfully logged in, right, on left hand side you all can see all the agents. What are the predefined agents that we have? So you have a researcher agent, analyst agent, idea coach, prompt coach. There are a lot of pre-existing agents over here, and what we can also do is we can create our own custom agent. Now what are these agents, how to create a custom agent, what is the purpose of these agents? So can I have agent mapped to a specific application, specific resource? All these things we discussed as part of our certifications. We also deliver custom courses on it. So like Shubh mentioned earlier, you all can connect to our team. He also mentioned details about Vivek, so you can connect to him. We can do relevant custom courses, how people can create their own agents, train it and use it from day in day out basis. Right now that's not the focus. Our focus is looking at some of the conversations over here, and through conversations how we can build information, build resources. So let's go back to our exercise and don't copy paste the entire thing at once. Read these things step by step, and there is a purpose to it. If you see the first one, this first prompt that you see, you are an extraordinary experiential designer and you possess a unique talent for crafting immersive experiences that ignite the senses and transport patterns into realm of pure magic. Now this statement over here is for whom? This statement is for the agent. This information is for the model which is behind the scene. And if you see this analogy, if a person joins an organization, we give him or her a JD, right? Job description. This is like a job description. This is expectation that we are mentioning to the model, right? And this statement is called as system prompt. The statement which helps us to set the context for the model is referred as a system prompt. So let's copy the first system prompt, go to our Copilot, paste this information here. I'm sure everybody is logged in, you are on the same page. You are an extraordinary experiential designer, you possess unique talent, crafting immersive experiences that ignite the senses and transport patterns to the realm of pure magic. Please understand the words over here. When you say magic, which means it can create something which may not actually exist in human world, right? So uh, this is more imaginative, if I put it that way. This it's saying that if you have some things which are imaginative in nature, please do that. I don't have a challenge there. So let's go ahead. So as a response of system prompt, thanks Om Prakash, beautifully poetic compliment. You are envisioning a immersive experience, or you need help in terms of designing. So what do I need from you? So craft a narrative or a storyline that guides you through a magical journey. So now let's go to the next section here. This is again a system prompt. Through a masterful combination of captivating soundscapes, mesmerizing visuals, carefully curated environmental conditions, you orchestrate extraordinary journeys that both delight and intrigue. So we have given a first system prompt, just adding more details to it. So it says, Om Prakash, I do understand what you are trying to do. You want to describe the interplay of soundscape, visuals, environmental cues, suggest a multi-sensory experience. Do you want to create an immersive learning environment? Now this, if you all can see, some of these things it is asking about learning environment because it knows who I am. My profile is there with that model. It knows that Om Prakash is a trainer. So is he trying to create something from a learning environment point of view? Maybe yes, maybe no. Let's go ahead. Add more details. Your creative prowess knows no limit, as you can dream audacious ideas that awaken imagination. Smallest sensory details. So this is actually a job description that we are mentioning. With every line or every prompt being mentioned, a workshop, a showcase, a digital product, or even conceptual art piece. So with every prompt being mentioned, we are setting much higher expectation from what we are looking at, what kind of artifact, what kind of resources I would expect this agent to create for me. That's thrilling to hear. Om Prakash, I am honored to assist in the creation of this new experience, one that promises multisensory, emotional, resonant, and unforgettable. So, till now, whatever we have mentioned is primarily focusing on setting the JD, setting the context of what we will be expecting. My request to all of you all, if you all just listen to me, it will be more boring. I would recommend please try this out parallelly. And with each exercise, everyone will be able to see a different kind of experience, different kind of information or details coming out. Let's go to the next part of the exercise. Determine a core idea to focus on. Imagine a place with a twist, how you'd want to make a difference. Start with an idea of common place, a theme, location. It could be a hotel, it could be a theme park. You could think about some of the themes or aesthetics, futuristic, referencing a fantasy movie behind a waterfall, rainforest, right? So, what is the kind of resource you'd want to create, image that you want to create, right? Like I said earlier, this is a sample prompt which is being given, right? First, try this out, and I want each of you all to help me with the final image or final content which has been generated on the chat. So, I will come to know whether you have mentioned the prompts correctly or not. Okay. So, what I have done earlier is I have set the context, I have set the intent, I have mentioned the system prompts earlier. Now, let me go for a user prompt. Now, I have set the context, I have set my expectation very clearly. Now, let me proceed ahead. Let's read the first line. I have an idea, I want to work on this project, and I will provide some bullet points. Can you help me create a paragraph with a travel marketing tone, embellishing on details that are really bringing idea to this life? So, you can either type it or speak it out, it's up to you. So, what are these bulleted points? It should capture following points. Do not give this destination a name. Focus on what makes the destination unique. We will brand and name it later. So, it says previous two prompts you said I will give you a bulleted points. Help me with the bulleted points. So, read the points over here. I am looking for a new destination experience which is cozy, secluded restaurant located deep in the woods. This restaurant is high above the ground, built into the branches of a tree. Thematically, it's an organic nature which meets invitation only destination. It is mysterious and hidden. So, these are some of the bulleted points which I am referring over here. Right. So, here what it has done is, what is being asked, it says give me a destination, help me to create a paragraph with a travel marketing tone and embellishing details. So, this is a marketing tone. Tucked away in the heart of an ancient forest, this hidden gem offers, and you can see the details here, right? You see this information and you also see a sample response mentioned. Both of them are totally different. And this is what I mentioned in the starting of the session, that when it comes to generative AI, not everybody will get a same message, not everybody will get a same response, but as far as the theme is concerned, the theme will remain the same. This could, the response could also change based on the model being used. Here you can see it says try GPT-5, right? If you are changing the model, it can also make it more, it can be more, make it more elaborate or make it more concise, but it will be different for different people. I need all of you all to help me with this. Can you all paste this generated information on the chat so that everybody takes a look at it, and what is the different statements it is generating, marketing details it is generating. Everybody please do it. In my case, I have already pasted the chat which I have pasted, the marketing content which I have received. How about y'all? Samuel, I can see 2 or 3 of them. How about others? Okay. So for 2 of them, it looks, Pardhu and Samuel, the starting point was similar. Manith, it is slightly different. Imagine a journey, new destination. Anybody else? Umakant also is very similar to the first two. But you will see as you go into detailing, the information is different over here. Thank you very much, guys. Anybody else who has tried it? And you all will realize the overall context, the overall perspective remains similar, but it may not be same. And that's what human beings do, right? So if 4 people are being taught the same thing, they may not be able to reproduce exactly the same thing, but the context will remain the same, the intent will remain the same. That's what is the purpose of generative AI. Anybody else who would want to go ahead and put their marketing content on the chat? But none of them got the same response as shown in the documentation, which I'm fine with. I'm not saying it's wrong. Let's proceed ahead. So you'll see this is the first member, first exercise, and what we have done is we have used system prompt earlier before actually giving the required details. We have also mentioned what is the kind of information or details that we are looking for, what is the model capable of, and then we gave our requirement. Let's go ahead. Coming back to my presentation. Sorry. So here right now we are using one of the members of this entire family which is being mentioned. No, Mahesh, you don't need a M365 license. Use a basic Copilot chat. So what is happening behind the scene is, like I mentioned earlier, it is using basic machine learning concepts and algorithms. Now, some of these concepts could be based on supervised learning, which is using labeled data to make these predictions. It can be using unsupervised learning, where it finds the patterns, where you may not have mentioned the labeling over here. Reinforcement learning, where we are using a model, we are training the model by giving right set of information, relevant details over here, and reinforce it. So at times when you like a response, correct, so there is the icons available, did you like this response? When you keep, when multiple people keep pressing like, which means reinforcement, this is what the person wants, that's called as, that's one of the reinforcement options that we have available. Along with this, we can have other key algorithms using, including your decision trees, neural networks, clustering, and you have resources like k-mean clustering. Now these are some of the back-end resources which is being used to train the model. Now one would have a question saying, Om Prakash, how do we use these resources, or when to go for supervised, when to go for unsupervised? Can we have examples of that? Let's take a look. So when we are having our, it totally depends upon the data. If you have data with appropriate labels, in that scenario we can go for a regression, where we can associate a numeric value, or we can associate a label, we can associate a label with the data, and when this label is a numeric value or a text value, here we can have prediction in terms of these details. So it could be, and if we take an example, ice cream, or a sales of a particular product based on day, season, weather. In terms of supervised learning, it could be labeling based on a class, right, where we can predict association between different options, different resources. We can have a multi-class classification, where label is one of the classes over here, right. So we can predict the species of penguin based on their measurements. So which type of supervised learning we want to go for? Whether we want to go for a regression using a numeric value, or we can go for classification based on text based labels, or classification of members based on the labeling being done. In terms of unsupervised learning, here we are looking at similar items and using a graph based implementation, right. So we can associate similar members together. So when we give a next, once we have trained a model using clustering, if we give a new product or a new resource, it will check which is the nearest mapping resource, and based on that it will respond back. Now while we are using these resources, while we are using this data for training a particular model, one of the questions that one would have is, Om Prakash, what if model which is being trained and the data that we are using to train the model, what if it is being misused? Okay, what if it is being misused? Then what happens? So as far as Microsoft is concerned, they have very clearly mentioned their own details in terms of responsible AI, what are their core principles of not sharing any organizational data, any information regarding a particular project outside the given environment. And for that, what they are also doing is, any of the business resources or work related resources, it will be it will be mapped with tenant, right? So within that tenant boundary, we'll have all our data being stored over there, right? So that's the core purpose of having a tenant and having the model being created inside that tenant. So when it comes to your quality related challenges, right? So here what we can do is, like I mentioned earlier, we can have different types of models being used, and as part of our model families, depending upon our requirement, depending upon the uh, kind of data that we have, we can choose the right kind of model. Now once it comes to these models, we'll have to look at what is the data sources. Do we have multi-dimensional data source? What is the timelines in which the user wants to access this information, right? Do you need exact responses or close responses to it? Is fine. Based on that, the quality of these resources will be defined. Now once it comes to your generative AI experiences, they are richly grounded. Now what is the meaning of grounding over here? So guys, once it comes to grounding primarily is downloading the information available on internet, available from varied relevant sources, collating them together, and then associating it with the organizational information. As far as the mixing or correlation of external content with internal information, that's what is referred as grounding. And the final outcome which it has to generate, that has to be mapped to our work related activities. And that's why I showed you within my environment, I have two tabs available here. One is work and second is web. So right now I'm using the web resource, generic resource, because most of us in our class, they don't have Microsoft 365 Copilot environment. It's not a requirement, it's not a compulsion, but that could be available as an option over here. Now once it comes to having a right requirement being defined, the next steps over here would be in terms of communication, coordination across teams, right? Any kind of labor intensive data preparation. And the third and very important point is privacy, security, and compliance. So whenever it comes to data, it is always being an area of concern for every organization, right? So are you sure this model is safe? What if there is some leakage of data? See, raising a concern is one part. How do we, sorry, how do we solve that problem? So one way of solving this problem is, we'll have to make sure we label our data correctly. So data cleansing, data verification, data labeling, these would be very important aspects before we train the model. And that's why it is labor intensive when it comes to data preparation. As part of Microsoft environment, here we have something called as Microsoft Purview, which helps us in performing these activities like data privacy, data quality, data security, making sure we have appropriate compliance details being mapped over here. So all these things are taken care by Microsoft Purview. If you look at another key member over here, while using these tools, we can also check for bad actors, we can check for quality of various models, we can check for feedback on these models, we can check for what are the new attack mechanisms, are there any laws relevant to our current project, right? So those things we have to verify so that we don't have any challenges in adoption of AI based resources. Now, once it comes to your AI content safety within AI Foundry, Microsoft has already provided set of details for open AI based models and for other premium models as well. So it can check for toxicity details like violence, self harm, hate and fairness. It can check for prompt shields so that nobody can go and override the system prompts or override the initial prompts that is being created, right? So that will be stopping the prompt injection attacks. From quality perspective, like I mentioned earlier, groundedness is one of the primary aspects. Protected text, protected images, protected code, all these things will be checked in terms of what is the data quality and the new resource which is being generated. Let's take a break here, and once we are back, we'll go into more hands-on implementation. And like I said, I will keep interlacing this conceptual discussions on each of these areas, and we'll also have our hands-on practicals. Along with this, anybody has any questions, please keep putting it on the chat. Everyone, grab a cup of tea or coffee. Let's assemble back in 15 minutes, 1 5. Welcome back, everyone. Can I see a quick raise of hands, people who are back? So I can see Krishna is back, Joseph. Can I see a quick raise of hands, people who are back? I can see more and more hands going up. Thank you, guys. Please put your hand down. So before the break, we discussed about what is generative AI, what is key components in terms of machine learning, deep learning, what are the key resources that we have over here, and we made sure we understand some of the security areas, security aspects of resources as part of our generative AI, because plenty of these things are dependent on data, and data is one of the most critical options, critical resources within any given organization, right? So before going for any kind of model, LLMs or SLM based model, we'll have to first make sure we have data cleansing being done, we have appropriate labeling being done for these data members, and then we start with our model training and going ahead with analysis and the next steps which are involved here. So before I go to the next module in terms of hands-on projects and assessments, so one of the project we are already working on, and we have completed first exercise of that, where we have mentioned the system prompts, where we have imagined an idea, and based on the prompts being mentioned using the bulleted list, we have mentioned the details here. Let's go to the next exercise, creating the hero image. This is exercise number 2. Now slowly and steadily you will realize that we are moving ahead from perspective of having a conversational or returning, taking a returned value as text. We are now getting into a image based output. So can you create an image that visualizes the exterior of this destination from a distance? Let's go ahead. Let's go to the same prompt, same sequence of chat that we are creating. Can you create an image that visualizes the exterior of this destination from a distance? Now, as far as these kind of prompts are concerned, that is image creation is concerned, this takes slightly longer as compared to the text based output, because in terms of underlying processing and the resources which is getting created. Now since we had a different description, even the image that you will see is different. It may not be the same image. So it shows it's adding some of the final touches. And like I mentioned earlier, each of you all may have a different image which gets generated. So once it is done, I need you all to put up that image on the chat. So once you all have this image generated, I need all of you all to put your respective image on the chat. Okay. So Umakant has put an image. How about others? Might be taking some time to generate it. Let it take its own time. No issues. Samuel has a similar one with slight change. So you can see three images over here. Slight differentiation in terms of the ladder and the way it is being created, but the overall ambience remains the same. Anyone else who has got the image created? So once you have got the image, please put it on the chat. So moving slightly away from just a textual representation, more in terms of images, more in terms of visuals. So like mentioned earlier, we can have a different theme, we can have a different explanation being given. Right now, since all of us are following a similar kind of prompt, that's why we are getting this output. Anyone else who has got the image created? If you see the actual image mentioned over here, whatever we have created does not look similar, but if you look at the background, if you look at the ambience, it is pretty same. This is our second exercise. So once you have initiated the prompt, let it let it take its own time. Meanwhile, let's proceed ahead. Just initiate the prompt and leave it. So once it comes to our learning over here for AI 3024, this is a completely project based learning, I would say, but here the project is more aligned to the image creation, resource creation using the prompts. Now once it comes to this generative AI, here what we can do is, rather than just having a conceptual knowledge, we can have a right kind of implementation over here. So what are the steps involved, how one can go and mention the prompts over here, whether it is prompts which is generating a text output, or prompts which is generating a image, PPT, Word document, whichever kind of information that you would want to create over here. So if I have a problem on hand, how I can solve that problem, resolve that issue by using project based learning. So as part of your assignments, evaluations, so once it comes to your generative AI, this generative AI can create different set of information or details regarding your current environment, current application that you are working with, any kind of presentations, documents, coding exercises like I was mentioning about. So all these things can be mapped over here. Before I go ahead, let me see a quick raise of hands. Umesh, you can put your hand down. Guys, can I see raise of hand? People who have worked with GitHub Copilot. Can I see raise of hands? People who have worked with GitHub Copilot. Okay, only one hand being raised. Okay, no one. So guys, as far as GitHub Copilot is concerned, GitHub Copilot can help us generate lot of coding exercises, or as far as the code modules are concerned, whether it is in terms of Java, .NET, Python, PHP. So there could be multiple use cases that you have for your generative AI. One use case that we are leveraging right now is in terms of text generation, image generation, and going into detailing of this image. But like I said, you can also go ahead and use it for generating code, and not just generating code on the Copilot environment, but it can be plugged in, it can be mapped with our resources within Visual Studio, IntelliJ, or if you have Eclipse for that matter. So we can generate the code and add that code directly into right places within our project structure. So once it comes to our code generation or creation of these resources, we can also share it on GitHub as a repository. We can have a teamwork through our group projects. We can have peer based feedback sessions, knowledge sharing. So a lot of these collaboration can be done using your agents or the resources that we are creating and publishing on Teams environment. So if you look at some of the use cases that we mentioned earlier, so first is generating text, and if you see the details being mentioned, it is generating a complete email, what is the information or email should be sent, what should be the template for raising a request or raising a concern. What we are using right now is a model that is a DALI like model which generates images behind the scene. Now one would say, Om Prakash, if you see the chat GPT based model, right, these are primarily text based resources, so how come this image is getting generated? So once you have the UI interface being built, behind the scene it can share information, share details with different models behind the scene. It can get the content generated and then merge it and share the final outcome with the end user, right? So interface is one mechanism or one way of adding this resource or sharing the information with the end user. I already mentioned about GitHub Copilot, how it can help us generate code. Just give me a moment. So from a developer point of view, one can leverage on pre-existing applications, verify them, or create a new resource over here. So whatever project name one would want to give, and depending upon which kind of technology or language one would be interested in, we can create our resources here. Now along with the GitHub Copilot or the model that you require, we also need to have appropriate extensions over here. So this is part of your GitHub Copilot extension, where you can see the agent mode, where we can see all the appropriate models over here: Grok, GPT-5, GPT 4.0, GPT-5 preview, right? So you have SLMs over here. So when you see mini, this is primarily an SLM, and you also have LLMs over here. So same way how we are creating text marketing content, images, we can also generate code over here. Create a fast API application exposing endpoints for a banking application. So what this will do is, this will automatically create relevant resources, relevant code blocks. Okay, as far as the extension name is concerned, Umakant, this is Copilot extension, GitHub Copilot. So here what it will do is, it will create a complete workspace with relevant members for the model, for the application. It's taking slightly longer, not take this much time. And you need to have a license for it. So once we have a relevant license, whether it is GitHub Copilot free license, we can have a business license or a premium license. Okay, let's just take its own time. Meanwhile, let me proceed ahead. Yeah, this is done. This was faster. I think GPT-5, I'm using it for the first time. That's why it's taking some time. I have already used GPT 4.1 multiple times. So if you see, it has created a complete plan over here. Create a minimal fast API app structure, implement endpoints, accounts, transaction, balance. It has used Python as a language. You'll see all this details are getting created automatically. Do you want to use PyLance extension? No, I don't want to. So do you need to install other resources? So automatically it maps, automatically it gets all the relevant dependencies over here. And you'll see all the endpoints are being mapped over here. Get, put, post, delete, everything inside a single file. Now if I want to segregate it into separate Python files, I can do that as well. So hardly in minutes I can create my new application. I can get the details over here. Get, put, post, delete. There is a small problem which I see. So I don't have data over here. So I can use my GitHub Copilot to add data. So even for these kind of sessions, you can connect to our team. I can help you with more information on how to work with GitHub Copilot, the licensing features and other details. So along with text, code, images, we can also have lot of video based contents also being generated, right? So depending upon our information, depending upon the details being mentioned, let's go to the next example over here. So I'm sure by now everybody has got the image created. Can I see a few more images on the chat? Everyone, just go back to your chat environment. See if you all already have the image being created. Just post the image on the chat. By now, I could see it from Samuel, Umakant, only two of them. How about others? Ashwin, Natwar, Jatin, Nilesh, Priyanka, Narendra. So once you have successfully executed the Copilot commands, the Copilot prompts, and you have got your image created, put your image on the chat. Krishna Mohan, Sikandar, Saurav, and these are very simple prompts. You can mention these prompts on the chat. Let's go to the next exercise. So we have got the hero image created. We have got the base image created over here. So if you look at the key takeaways, Copilot has a multimodal capabilities. So initially we got the marketing text, and after that we have got the image created as well. Let's go to the third exercise. Make a grand entrance. So we have got the basic theme. For this destination, I want to think about the entrance. It should embrace the theme of destination and should be memorable as the first interaction of a visitor that he will have with the underlying system. Can you suggest 3 ideas for the entrance and to this destination that will fulfill the criteria? Let's go ahead. And if you see the options available, mysterious forest path, hidden door, hidden ladder, gateway, there are 3 suggestions. In our case, let's see what are these suggestions. Guys, if you have missed out the initial part, you can begin with the first exercise where you have the initial system prompts being mentioned. Once the system prompt is being done, in subsequent steps you will have better refinement of this scenario. In my case, I have got whispering path, living archway, and hidden lift. Okay, I can see it from network. Networks is much better. Network, any special prompt you have used or the same ones? Anybody else? Okay, that's good to see. Anybody else? So if you see the options available, one is whispering path, the living archway, and the third one which I have got is hidden lift. How about yours? Anybody, any different suggestions apart from these 3? Okay, I can see a fog wheel, which is a new one. Wheel of mist. Okay, wheel of mist again is very similar to fog wheel. Invitation gate. Okay, whispering gate, invitation gate. Anyone else? Network. What are the options that you have got? So if you read the detailing, some of them might be similar. Let's go ahead. Let's expand on the idea. I like the idea about the hidden door that you have suggested. Now please be careful, guys. Out of these 3, we'll have to pick one of them. Now in our case, in my case, I have the whispering path, the living archway, the hidden lift. I am going for the second one. So I like the idea about the living archway. So you'll need to mention this prompt which is relevant to your responses that you have received. Don't just copy paste blindly and expect the right output there. So change this hidden door to the value that you have got, any one of these 3 which you have chosen. Say in case of Umakant, it could be the invitation gate. I like the idea about the living archway. You suggested. Can you elaborate on it? Wonderful choice, Om Prakash. The living archway is a poetic and powerful way to begin the journey. Here are more details to it. So it is more vivid, more verbose explanation. So here you can either paste these messages, copy paste these messages, or you all can also speak to it. So you have option of talking to a co-pilot. We can leverage on that. Let's go to the next step over here. Can you rewrite the same description in a tone that you would find it in travel publication? Please keep it to a single paragraph. Right now just two paragraphs primarily and one line. Can you rewrite the description in a tone, and this description is about the living archway. So when it comes to generative AI, it remembers the context which was being mentioned earlier. Seem like a human being. So when you are speaking to a person, the person will remember the context, and every other input which is being given will be mapped to it. So if you see the response, certainly here is a refined version of living archway. So it remembers the selected option and then goes into details of it. Everyone, go ahead, create your description over here, single paragraph. Let's go ahead. Let's create a image. Can you create an image that visualizes a description of the entrance that you just wrote? Now this could be as is, because here it is not mentioning what was the selection earlier. So it says whatever description you have mentioned, hidden deep with lush whispering forest. So this keep it as it is. Create an image. Now Umakant and I have a similar kind of description. Let's see if image that is getting created is similar or it is different. And like I said, this could be any one of the three options being selected: the hidden pathway, the whispering gate, the invitation gate, wheel of mists, or the fog wheel. Depending upon whatever value is being selected, whatever detailing is being mentioned out of those three, let's generate an image for it. Guys, this is more a hands-on kind of session. So everyone, please go ahead, try this out within your environment. Okay, that's great to see. Umakant has a slightly different one as compared to what I am seeing. For me, it's actually a entrance door, but it's more green in color rather than a wooden pillar kind of thing. Anybody else? Samuel, Natwar, Ganesh, Krishna Mohan. Samuel, are you sure this is the entrance gate? This looks like the previous image. Okay. Anybody else? Samuel, I would recommend check your prompt. Yeah, this is better. It's from Natwar. Can you create the image that visualizes description of entrance that you just wrote? Yeah, sure. Try it once again. If you see the previous sequence, living archway, hidden lift, whispering path. Samuel, are you using whispering path by any chance? Because this could be an image for whispering path. No, if you're not using, then there's some mistake there. Fog wheel, okay. Let me try it in my environment. I like the idea of whispering path and fog wheel are similar. Let me try that. You can try images for other entrances as well. Yeah, you are right, Samuel. This is fog wheel only. Because on the path there is lighting being shown. This is fine. Anyone else? Any other option you all might have tried? Put that image on the chat. So I'm trying for fog whispering path. In my case, I don't have a fog wheel. I'm trying for whispering path. So guys, if you, I'm sorry about this. This might be slightly older slide, but if you look at the resources, in terms of generative vendors, generative AI vendors. So most prominent one right now is OpenAI, which can be leveraged through your GPT based resources. You have Claude 3. Claude 4.0, I think, is the latest one. Anthropic Claude. Then you have Google Gemini. You have Llama from Facebook. You have your Microsoft, lot of Microsoft AI series, which is part of AI Foundry. So within AI Foundry, we can see all the options available. From Amazon, you have Nova. I just mentioned about Grok as part of our VS Code implementation. There you can see one of the Grok as an option. Apart from this, you have Wafer Scale Engine, WSE3 over here. You have Perplexity, we have DeepSeek, Inflection AI. There are different models which are available, and depending upon the resource, depending upon what type of content one would want to generate, we have our options available, and we can pick from any one of these options. Guys, just give me 1 minute, I'll be back. Let me take you all to the Azure portal, and within Azure portal, let me show you all the options available here. Meanwhile, you all can try for other images. Sorry, Prashant. As far as Azure is concerned, this is where you need subscription. As far as OpenAI is concerned, yes, OpenAI is free, but when you are using it via Azure portal, there you need subscription. I have my AKS resources over here. I'll leave it as it is. Let me take a new resource group. Yeah, I already have OpenAI resource group. Here you all can see your OpenAI as an option. So if you go to your AI Foundry, within AI Foundry we can create AI hubs for Microsoft provided models, Microsoft supported models. Let me use Central India. I doubt if it is there for Central India right now. Then let me go for East US 2. Just give it a moment. So once we have this instance of OpenAI created, we'll be able to select multiple models inside that by going to the model catalog. So all the models that we have been discussing as part of our presentation, we'll be able to see those models over here. Okay, so it's done. Let me go to my AI Foundry portal. So like Azure portal, we have a separate portal called as AI Foundry portal. So the resource which I was talking about, model catalog, the model catalog is part of AI Foundry portal. We can see various LLM and SLM models over here. So if you see the purpose of each of these, just one or two words being used: chat completion, converting from text to an image. What I mentioned earlier, Samuel, you if you have a Azure subscription, you can create an instance of OpenAI, and here you can go to Azure AI Foundry portal. But you need to have Azure subscription. So if you see the options available here, text to speech, so you have GPT-4o, TTS, you have GPT-4o audio preview for audio generation, right? You have DALI 3.0, and that's why I said some of the service providers or resource providers are the same, their versions may have got upgraded. So you have Whisper, automatic speech recognition, we have deep research O3 for data generation. So there are a number of models which are available over here. Let me go for one of the models. Right, GPT-4o. So I'm saying go ahead, create an instance of this model. And here if you see training data, last date update is November 2023. So any information which is relevant before November 2023 or till 23, that is available here. If you want to have future information in that context, you'll need to go to 4.1. So once this is being created, this is mapped over here. We can go to the playground, and from the playground we can try out specifying the system prompts. So what is the details you'd want to create? You are a helpful resource for share market analysis. So whatever is the system prompt that you would want to mention over here. How are stocks of TCS performing over Infosys? So any kind of analysis that one would want to do, stock price trends, market sentiment. So whatever is the criteria that is default one is being shown over here. Right. So whatever question one might want to ask over here. If there is any restriction or any particular details, it will mention that. So it says, I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to mention which one should I go for. But what you can do is check for historical performance, financial health of both of these organizations, dividend. Based on these parameters, you can take your decision. So in a way, what it is trying to say is, you can go and create your own fine-tuned model, specify appropriate data over here, and using that data of last 5 years, you can then take a decision on this. Correct? This is just one model. There are a lot of such pre-existing models that we saw, and based on those models, we can specify our system prompts, we can specify our requirement that we have to have the final outcome on the same. So once it comes to your Copilot resources, so one option of generative AI or AI based services is using a low code. Yeah, Umakant, not an issue. I'm running short on time today. What you can do is, you can go to the documentation. This is where you'll find the details of how one can leverage upon AI Foundry. All the steps are being mentioned over here. So you can go to the model catalog, and from model catalog you can pick up any one of the relevant models. Okay. So one approach over here, like I showed you all, have a Azure subscription. Within Azure subscription, create instance of OpenAI. Along with OpenAI, once you have created an instance of Azure OpenAI, choose the right kind of model, create instance of that model, train the model and use it through a application, through a program, whichever way one would want to use it. Second option is Copilot. So Copilot is a SaaS based solution given by Microsoft, like how I used GitHub Copilot, and in my case I have a GitHub Copilot business license. Apart from this, I also have Microsoft 365 Copilot license, which is given by my organization, which can help me with presentations, presentation creation, document creation, email creation, right? It can help me with summarizing contents within Teams environment. So a lot of these detailing and uh, helping me in terms of managerial activities on day in day out basis. Those things I can perform through Copilot. If need be, I can extend it as well using Copilot Studio, right? And if I want any kind of customizations to be done, again I can leverage on Azure AI Studio. That is the older name. The new name is Azure AI Foundry. So if you look at the daily tasks where generative AI can make sense, some of them I have skipped, some of the slides I have skipped because I already have shown that in terms of usage. Automating our routine tasks, any kind of business processes that you have, that's where it will make more sense. Team collaboration, having virtual assistants and chatbots, right? So this is where we can leverage on generative AI. Let's go to the next exercise. So I've shown an example of AI Foundry. How do you work with Azure resources? Let's go back to our exercise. So we have got the entrance over here. So we got the idea, we got the hero image, we got the entrance created. Let's go to the next member here, that is brainstorming destination features. Let me share this link on the chat so people who don't have the older link, even they can work together. Guys, apart from the main session, I'm sharing bits and pieces of other sessions for your knowledge, for your understanding, and if anybody is interested in those areas, you all can connect to us. So where we can have a specific session on that area, especially if you look at this AI Foundry. AI Foundry is part of AI 102 certification. If you look at GitHub Copilot, it is part of GH 300 certification. So Synergetics as an organization, we are delivering a lot of these certification sessions which not just helps you all to learn these technologies but also have a valued certification with you all, which you all can showcase within your organization from promotional purposes, or if you are applying somewhere outside for a job, right? It will be very, very helpful. Let's go back to our exercise. Return to your conversation in Copilot. You start ideating with your co-creator. Think about the unique features. So the entrance is done. Now we are going ahead with the features. Everyone, let's do it together. I have already shared the link on the chat. So entrance is being done. I've got the details of that. Now we are going to the features section. So it says, Om Prakash, tell me, what do you want to do? You want to go ahead with architectural elements, sensory experiences, interactive moments. Which part of the content, which part of the experience you want to go into? Given what you know about this destination, can you suggest 5 unique interior or exterior features or spaces that people might visit? Please list them and also mention the description of them. Actually, if you see the features earlier, it is already mentioned 4 of them. We want to be more explicit, we want to have appropriate names for it. Canopy Lodge, Scent Garden, Eco Chamber, Lantern Walk. These are the suggestions being given. So I have 5 suggestions, and you'll see it is with appropriate images over here. Everyone, go ahead, try this out. 5 unique interior exterior features or spaces that people might visit, spend time, enjoy. Please list them with the name followed by the description. Can you all paste the options that you all have got? Anything different from, okay, I can see Ember Earth, Stargazer's Nook, Forgager's Walk, the Invitation Chamber. Now everybody is getting a different one, which is good to see. Hidden Pantry, Ember Circle. Not bad. Let's proceed ahead. So if you see the output, the nest, swing, library, which is not mapping to what we have got, which is fine. I want to work on visualizing few of these ideas. Let's copy the first line before we go into details. Just copy the first line which sets the context for it. So it says, okay, Om Prakash, let's start visualizing some of these features. Let me know which one of you want to see first. Canopy Lounge, Reflection Nook, Scent Garden, Eco Chamber, or Lantern Walk. Let's work on the first idea. Can you rewrite the description, travel publication tone, and keep it about the same length? Can you also suggest 3 alternative names for the nest? Now, as far as the nest is concerned, this is not something which we have, right? So in our case, whatever might be the option, let's work on the first idea called the canopy launch. And in your case, whatever it might be. So for Umakant, Natwar, Samuel, everybody, it's the same first one. So you can use that. Can you rewrite the description in travel publication tone, same length, alternative names for the canopy launch? I don't have sky route, it's a sky nest retreat. So here if you see canopy nook, roost, treetop, hideaway. So out of the 3 names that it has mentioned, alternative names, I like the second idea you have proposed. Can you create an image to visualize what you call the roost? So this is the alternative name that it has given. In our case, whatever might be the name, In my case, it is the Skynest retreat. So I'll mention that. I like the second idea you proposed. Can you create an image to visualize what you call the Skynest retreat? In your case, it could be the verdant perch, especially in case of Natwar. Go ahead, try this out. Let's create the respective image over here. So we are looking at different parts of the same environment: entrance, features. So if it has imagined something, it has to associate and be able to map the other features, other resources which are in sequence. It's taking slightly longer. Anyone who has got it done, paste the image on the. Excellent. This looks good. This is verdant perch. Anybody else? Skyroot launch from Umakant. Samuel, how about you? Okay. Mine is taking too much time. I don't know why. It's done for Samuel as well. Anyone else? I'm able to see three images here. Verdant perch, Skyroot launch. Not sure what's going wrong. Let me try for the forest drift. I like the third idea. Yeah, it took some time, but here it is. Anybody else who has got the image created? I think mine and are similar. Okay, so we have got the features part of it being done. Let's stop here, take a break for lunch. So once we are back, we'll go into, there's one more image from network. From the features perspective, let's take a break for lunch. Meanwhile, what I would recommend is, remaining folks who have not tried out these things, please do it. You all can put the images on the chat, and you all can see, based on the description being given, based on the information being shared, the content which gets created might differ, but the ambience or the intent over here would remain similar based on the options you all have chosen. Okay, so everyone, let's break for lunch. Let's resume back by 2 o'clock. And like I mentioned, remaining folks who have not tried out these things, please do it. Put your images on the chat. All the information links is being shared. It's already there on the chat, so you all can use it from there. If you all have any questions, doubts, queries, you all can put it on the chat as well.